Oh dear. Oh, hacking heck. Oh, Christ. My goddamn eyes are gunking up. Stupid eye. Alright, no light bleeding through. Okay. Welcome to Minecraft. Goddamn. Goddamn. Well, hey, at least it is responsive and consistent. So that's nice. Oh my god. Stop letting light on nose things. Cover plasticky stuff. Oh, just two guys on the server. It's fun. People I don't know. Let's see. Where do we begin? Let's start in Heimo land, just to see what the fuck is up. Fuel, I think we're looking at 114 liters, no? Let's see. Boop, burp, burp, burp. Desktop. Pin. Do not switch to active, please. And move thing there. And gloves, of course. I forget everything. And ACC drive is nice to have running. Let's see. Man, these gloves are falling apart. Gotta remember to get some new ones at some point. Okay, so we have a glance at sheet and predicted pressures. We're looking at 25.6, 24.7. Oh, there, no, it's later than that. 25.4, 5, and 3.9. 3, 4, 9. Meme stuff, mid-high-ish wing. 2 ducts though. Doubt that'll hold. We'll see. Steer ratio 12, 9 bar front, 4 rear. We were looking at 116 liter tank. So we'll do that, and then 39 more is unlikely. Okay. Everybody dropped. Is my internet okay? Hopefully it is. If not, should see that on. And I'm still connected on the stream thingy, so that's nice. Okay. Internet. Oh, hello. Internet things, I guess. Oh, also, can I have a little bit of a liquid injection prior to going out? Ooh. Dear God VR, that's not nice while I'm looking down. Alright. That is secure. That is not a lot of volume. Huh. Okay. Maybe something reset? I don't know. Oh dear, this thing is heavy. This feels like driving a goddamn tank compared to the LMU Hypers. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Oh, shit. Okay, okay. Noted. Oh dear gods. .206, Christ. Oh yeah, I whacked my rear, didn't I, for 2 seconds damage and stuff. Let's call this a short tire test. Let's adjust them pressures, yo. So I don't need to stay on track to analyze things here. Let's see. So start by dropping them 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1 across for good measure. And 3 Ferraris. Whoops. Yeah, 102 Celsius tires, man. That's kinda hot. Most of it is probably bloating as well. God damn it. I need more ducts. More duct, please. Oh, so fucking hot in here. Summer came quick. Let's see. For good measure. So it is 634. Let's just check these new numbers in their sheet. 26, 24, so 2 higher than this, so 24, 24, 9. Or no. Of course, I need to open the fucking ducts, but yeah. It's probably gonna be 409. Okay. 6. Let's see what happens. I won't believe what happened next. You went a little bit quicker. Wow. Hello? Did I hear speak?
You did. Definitely me.
Wow. Let's see.
Mine was taking a few laps to get used to, but once you get around a few laps, it's not too bad.
Oh, this is Mark, I guess?
Yes, it is, yes.
Greetings. Let me just make some adjustments. Yeah, if you ran the Hymo at duct 2.2, let's say the tires get a little bit hot.
Yeah.
So 3.3 I believe would be minimum.
Right.
Should at least cure some of the bloating, maybe not the heat, but at least take some of the bloating out.
Yeah.
And maybe be a little bit more manageable, but again, yeah. Remains to be seen. Let's see, yeah. So...
This is one of those tracks where it either lets you adapt to it or it eats you alive.
Yeah, like it's gonna be hot regardless, but one can always do things to mitigate the worst.
Yeah.
So I'm just gonna copy filters and then paste filters and turn off. Hey, could you say something now?
Hello, hello, hello.
Hello. How about now?
1, 2, testing, 1, 2, 3. How's that for you?
Yes. Let's see. Then, yeah, it's at 100. So, let's see. Now out. There's Discord. Could you give me a couple of meows, please?
Meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow, meow.
Yes, more.
Meow, 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 meow.
Yes, okay, so... 40. Okay, so where did these things go? There they are. That should be fine. Limiter is the same. Oh. Give me a couple more if you will. Just
Meow,
talk
meow.
continuously or make
Meow,
sounds,
meow.
whichever.
Meow, 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 meow.
Okay,
What
just
to see?
a little bit more. Meow.
Meow, 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 meow. Meow, meow.
Just trying to find the sweet spot. So if you could just like talk about some shit for a minute or something.
My wallpaper needs doing. I've got to decorate it now. That's something that I'm gonna have to do soon, I think. I mean, my corner's getting a bit cluttered as well.
Nice.
Definitely need to do some cable management, I think. Now that I'm actually looking underneath my desk and where everything is. Yeah. Definitely need to do some cable management.
Oh yeah, no, I know the feeling. I know the feeling.
I look towards the back of my pedals and you just see wires going off in all different directions.
What the fuck is this? Oh. Yeah, we'll just say this is a good start, I guess. I'll review VOD and see. Okay, I can at least hear you over the car
Yeah.
and the music.
That's what I tend to have to do sometimes, is turn my in-game volume down.
Oh yeah, I'm but it's like my audio routing is just ridiculous at this point. I'm piping or outputting Discord to a monitor that is a physical, like a monitor speaker that is muted.
Okay.
And then I'm listening via the monitoring feature of Discord to an audio source, essentially the same I'm capturing and passing on to the stream, so that I can apply an upwards compressor and a limiter and a noise filter and shit.
Yeah.
And yeah, that whole rigmarole tends to put it this way, it's an ongoing work in progress type situation.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you change one setting and it can change about 5 different others.
Yeah. And then it's like, I'm used to listening to one microphone or one person's microphone, and then somebody else comes in and I think it's because of the things I'm doing that it sounds weird, and it's a spiral.
Yeah.
It's a spiral.
Yeah, because everybody's voice is different, pitch, tone and everything else with their microphones that they have.
Yeah. Fun thing about that, I can change it if I want to. I can make you sound like a Smurf. So, behave.
That'd be an improvement, that.
So, then I now turn down in-game things. Just like, it was fine when I was just driving ACC, but now that I have involved another game, like getting everything uniform, my god.
Yeah.
Doesn't help. Speaking of which, let's just see what the game is set to open here. It is -4. This -4. Yeah. Okay, can you just speak while I'm throttling here?
I do like the Ford.
Yeah, it's an
Definitely
okay.
do like it.
It's an okay vehicle.
Definitely got some of my faster times in it.
I'm struggling, but it's that's a me thing.
Yeah.
It's fine. Creature and habit and such. Off habit. Okay.
For some reason, I just can't get on with the Lambo or the Porsche.
Yeah,
Don't know what it is about them, just can't get on with them.
I can explain the Lambo, and I think I can explain the Porsche, but Lambo is basically engine braking. It is not driving like driving other cars, like you use the throttle to brake in many places
Right, okay.
where you normally trail. You just lift off and the car turns in.
Ah, okay.
And similarly with the Porsche, it's more rear engine than most cars and
Yeah.
has a gas tank in the front, so when it just gets increasingly understeery, or the understeer increases as you dry out the tank.
Yeah.
And at that point you have already like spent a lot of your tires and your rears are definitely worn, because I mean, who can resist swinging that ass around?
Yes.
And yeah, it's just a whole... It's like such a fucking puzzle to drive compared to cars in general.
Yeah.
Yeah, primarily I tend to gravitate towards the McLaren.
Yeah.
It is the weapon of choice.
I drive the Ford a lot, but I've started driving the Ferrari a bit more.
Oh shit.
But it's all about the Mustang and LMU.
Let's see, it's ridiculously loud this. I am tuning there. Let's do this. Yeah, I don't drive well with these in LMU. They're fine. It's just I just can't not drive the crazy things, machines.
Yeah. I've just not worked out the fuel ratio thing on that yet.
Oh yeah, no, it's energy doesn't weigh anything. Take 100, use the ratio to adjust the fuel level.
Yeah.
Unless you're pitting, then you want to take as little energy as possible, because it takes a shit ton of time to charge compared to fuel. So therefore you always want more to have as much of it in your battery when the green light hits as possible and when you need to stop. Past that, I did a rant on it. I don't know. So
I've started watching a lot of the videos.
It's like it seems like it's super complicated, but really all it boils down to at the higher level you also end up manipulating the anti-roll bar while driving. But in general, it's just 2 extra buttons in order to increase and decrease the motor map, or how much energy you're deploying to the front.
Right. So instead of using rotaries, you can have it mapped in through buttons.
Yeah, because unless you have rotaries that are actually axis.
Yeah.
Like analog input as opposed to just rotaries which trigger button up, button down states. Then on my wheel it has a ridiculous debounce time, so if I scroll up then it takes like 0.2 seconds before I can make another scroll, while in the same time I can click the button twice. So to switch from, say, 60 kilowatts to 120 to do an overtake, it's like 4 rapid quicks as opposed to nearly a second worth of timed inputs. Yeah, the iPod cars are really fun. I love those. And also the LMP2. It's fun driving the same car against people and the setup only being the difference along with the driver. God, 0.4 and one drop. Last curb is fucking ruthless if you take it in the wrong way.
Yeah, it's the elbow where I seem to lose my time. Just getting the braking and the accelerating right coming out of that corner.
Oh yeah, like I dropped 0.4 PSI on my front right from one touch of a curb.
Yeah.
But yes, in terms of time, it's expensive as well.
Corner there.
Oh shit, wow. These pressures need to come up, that is for sure. So 4.5. Okay, so I'm gonna guess that these are what the pressure's worth. So, 1 Hello.
Yeah, it was really weird. It.
Sounds like the devil just flies past.
Oh God.
Greetings.
Sorry.
No worries, no worries.
It seemed to bounce as I started to get down and just went, oh no, nothing there.
You're on dock 33?
Oh,
Just
yes.
in terms of getting the tire seat down and stuff.
Yeah.
No point in getting used to driving with 100C tires, to put it that way. See, how much fuel you running?
Full 120.
Okay.
Doing it. I'm doing it like I would be, doing a full stint.
Yeah, I think 116 is as much as we'll ever need. So
Okay.
that's what I am running. One sec, just gonna have a little bit of a sip, then we can go out. Do some nosing about.
Yeah. Left rear's getting quite hot.
Yeah, it's like it's just gonna be scorching during the middle of the day, or from 11 until like, what is it?
Be about 4, 5 o'clock.
Yeah, it's like at 11:24, and then at 1700 it'll be 24, the last 24 session, and then the rest is like closer to 15s than not. Oh dear. I am ready to go out if you are.
Yeah, behind you.
Wiggle, wiggle. I got this thing feels like a fucking tank compared to what I've been getting used to over the last week in LMU. It's such a fucking culture shock returning to GTs, and in particular this car. Like 5 miles wide and weight.
Races on LMU at the moment. I find that I'm having a lot better races, more competitive on LMU than I am on this.
Yeah, no, it's yeah, like it depends. A loaded question, I guess. Like I've seen so much crazy shit in lap 1 when driving split 1 in LMU, or the times I get to be there. But it seems like once you get past a certain point so far, driver rating, and safety rating in particular is concerned, and people are not actively farming it anymore, then the gloves come off again. It's just a fucking complete shit show. It's absolutely stunning, the things I've seen people do. But it's at the same time, it's hilarious to sat there watching it, you know. I don't mind. But I remember thinking, courteous guys this, while farming from bronze up to platinum to safety. And then it just like, second I was starting to get consistently into the split 1, then it just like, during peak hours, it just like, devolved. But once the typical people have killed themselves off, then, you know.
Yeah, it gets to a better race.
Yeah, people are well behaved. But then again, like that's the whole thing where it's a loaded thing. I feel much the same or true in LFM.
Yes.
Ranked events.
I tend to find the mornings are better.
Yep. There's like a point where the day drunks wake up, and the ultra hippies and heavily medicated. That's when everything just goes to shit.
Yeah.
Dear gods. tires are still getting overpressured. At least they stay close to 95 now. That's a massive improvement from 102. Oh dear.
Oh, I'm gone. That was brilliant. That was absolutely brilliant the last few laps.
It's easy to get carried away on this track, like
Yeah.
carrying so much speed that you kind of send yourself a little bit wild, and then you have to touch the brake, and then you're carrying lateral momentum on the rear, and then it goes.
Yeah.
It's such a fucking
was a joke.
balancing act. Let's see. So 3, 1 through. So getting the pressures right, so they're peaking at the right time and being balanced at others is
Yeah.
so fucking important on this track. Six, 25, 0, 7, except should be 4. No. 2 and 24, 9. Round 3.
Wide.
Words I am all too familiar with. Too wide, too early, fuck.
Yeah. Just try and carry that little bit more speed into the corners and lose it.
Yeah, no, but it is the way to, discover new limits.
Yeah.
So long you don't...
Oh, there's a wall.
Ouch! New car. Yellow.
Yeah, new car,
Yellow.
please. New car, please.
Full course yellow. Trickiest, like, yeah, or the tricky part is to, you know, balance it. Like, how do I put it in a non-offensive way, but you're not pushing safely.
Yeah.
It's just like, I struggled a lot early on with that particular balancing act. It's like, just a little bit more, not recognizing the point where it's like, okay, that's a little bit too much rather than enough.
Yeah.
And having or maintaining the possibility to negotiate with the corner while you're
Yeah.
heading towards your semi-inevitable death. It is what differentiates the wheat from the chaff in an endurance perspective.
Yeah.
It's like almost painful coming to the conclusion that, hey, I'm actually quicker on average if I just don't die.
Yes.
And then just, okay, I'll build on that. And then, oh, fuck, I'm no longer being yelled at. Awesome. For murdering the car, you know. This corner in particular, the more you get over here and get off the trailing soon, early and slowly, so that the car is able to grip and turn in.
Yeah.
Huge speed boost on the exit. But it all begins 2 corners up.
Yes. Yeah, you get them few corners right and you're okay.
I'm closer. Smell my butt. Target acquired. Setting you up for failure now with slipstream and slow car braking. That's more like it. Slow entry, but everything else was okay. So I just need to not be scared of the entry.
Yes. See, I think that's what I've done a few times, like on this track, in different races. Coming into that corner, panicking
Yep.
with me braking, and I end up sliding instead of actually braking.
Yep. Yeah, it's just like you finish the braking early before you turn into the corner which leads to the tiny crest, which you sorta trail on before slightly pressing the brake a little bit more, but ultimately you just keep on trailing until you lift off and turn in. It's the same with that corner, really. It's like the slower you enter it, the faster you exit, because you get to go just throttle past the apex almost, and start building speed already before you're at the apex, rather than just understeer onto the outside curb. That's what took the longest getting used to in this car on this track for me as a McLaren person, just like, oh, I can just rotate the car here into the dip and it'll keep going.
Yeah, it seems to, once the board grips, it grips.
Oh yeah, it's so heavy in the front. Aero is mostly there for cosmetics. Same here, like just getting close, comfortable to riding along the wall onto the thing, and then failing at staying left, and made it.
Yeah, I was following you.
Yeah, opposite of what I'm doing. But yeah, just going in slow, getting used to the width of the car, and setting the car up for the exit, because that's where this car shines. It sucks at steering under speed or with speed. Trailed too long there, and car just like, no, I'm not going to turn yet. Fuck you.
Yeah. Okay, so I can go that close. I thought I would be touching the wall. Apparently I am not that wide.
Misleading advertising. Where is my tire? Oh, it's already. Jesus, I've been thinking this car was about a meter wider than it actually is. That's fun. It's weird because I can target it there, but yeah, oh, Jesus. Ooh. Free track surface, yay. Oh, god damn it. Wow, really? What the fuck kind of trauma am I suffering from? I've been like a car's width away from the wall, it feels like. Are you there?
Slid coming out the exit and touched the side. Ended up taking damage.
Classic. I need to adjust my pressures anyway, so I slapped my butt somewhere apparently. But I am getting closer to something. Let's see. I think I need another run of left. There.
In a moment, I'm just going to nip to the toilet.
Toilet away, good sir. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, meow, meow.
Times are at least consistent. 204s, 205s.
Yeah.
That's good.
Indeed.
The high mode's getting better to drive.
Yeah, no, it's okay. I'm used to a less friendly but
I think
okay.
it's one of those where you get used to a certain sort of set of setups when you use them
you know, you're essentially driving the preferences of a fast person. So it's
it's finding that adjustment that makes it right for you.
Yeah. The joys of endurance. Yeah, the trick, like the high modes compared to CDA, like the CDA caters to a specific audience, I feel like. People who are a little bit more heavy on the brakes and braking a lot while the car is rotating, so it's a lot safer, while the high-mo is more like, okay, let's use the brake to rotate the car, and that it's it's quite the opposite worlds in many ways. Because like when a person who is used to being able to stay on the brakes touches a high-mo setup, they're like, what the fuck is this? Because the car will essentially rotate more when you trail, and you have to counter that rotation if you're gonna trail at high speed through a twisty bend.
Yeah.
Car won't just go straight, it'll like swing its ass around. I mean, both have their merits. I feel like I'm more in tune with high-mo than CDA.
Yeah, because of the way, because of your style of driving.
Yeah. If you're having trouble with the rear stepping out on you, you can always move the brake bias a bunch forward. Right now we're running it all the way towards the rear.
Yeah.
So there's still some balance to be found just by shifting the bias more to the front.
Yeah.
Yeah, like here you want to be done with the braking way before the crest. If you touch the brake while you're going over crests, then Butt will be like, hey buddy, how you doing? Essentially that part there with this car, you can just send it across. So long it's going relatively straight, you're not carrying momentum on the rear, like the car swinging out. And you can just brake, shift, lift, brake, shift, lift. And you're ready for the dipper.
Got you.
This time just brake before you even turn in. You wanna kind of like cut across the crest diagonally and target the wall. When you come across the crest, then you're already positioned to deal with the following curb, or to roll on the curb while trailing and downshifting.
Yeah.
As opposed to making it a big S, you kind of just make it a slight twisty line, or like a gentle curb or bend. And you'll find like a second and a half there alone. Because like the speed you can carry if you just make that section as straight as possible is absurd, as you might be aware of. I'm just speaking in general terms since I haven't observed much of you driving, so I'm just like, blah. Tell me to shut up if it gets annoying.
No, you're alright.
trail and then turn across it. Don't brake onto it or go straight across it. Just want to like be alongside the right side wall there. It is scary as shit, but oh boy, it is exhilarating. Woo! How's the car?
Yeah, it's alright. Bit of damage on the right, but I'm alright.
Yeah, if you get more than 2 seconds, then or 1 even, then it's might as well go in and grab a new.
Yeah, 8 seconds.
Get a new car. Get a new car. It is important to explore the walls, but also driving with many seconds of damage is counterproductive to an extent.
Yeah.
At least at this phase of preparations. Like this. That's what I'm talking about. Exploring it from the opposite side of Yeet. Do you rev out the engine, by the way?
I got sorry.
Do you run out the limiter? Or the ram limits? This car, it might sound like it's, but or it is happy in lower revs, but it really flies if you just run the limiter to the very edge.
Yeah, I do for like 4 and 5, but first, second, third, I do it till it flashes and then change.
Right, just try to just run it all the way out. There's like so much push in it, and especially with this this high wing, it'll support it. So if you look at the speedometer, it will just keep on ticking upwards consistently all the way to the end. It's the jag part of this car. Like 6th gear on this track, it's just optional, basically.
Yeah.
It's this car's fuel saving mode.
Found you only really need to use 6 with this car if you're in tow.
Yeah. If you run out of revs in 5th, 6th, otherwise ignore it. And like the longer you wait until, the more you redline the engine in this car, like the longer or the quicker you can go before you even need 6th.
Yeah.
And the top
I think it's
end is just
177 or 178, I think it is. Obviously miles per hour. It'll do it fit, I think.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I'm in called kilometers mode, dirty Scandi. Yeah, no, it'll like do. You won't run out of engine even here in 5th. So long you don't short shift it. And the pull uphill is just absurd in this car. At the top end of the engine.
Pull into the pits and ring me daughter back.
Okay.
Yeah, there we go. Turns out she pocket dialed me. It's nice of her.
Ah.
She didn't actually want to speak to me at all. Oh, I must have rang you. I must have rang you in my pocket. Thanks.
Kids.
I'm gonna watch your lap just so I can see like corner speeds and gears that you take in the corners.
Yeah. The biggest thing I notice is how we deal with entries. I brake, quickly downshift, get into second, stay inside, and then floor it. While you tend to drag the brake a little into the corner.
Yeah.
Nice. Same here, like
Another
difference
one,
is...
another one for me, taking that left-hander before you start braking. You're still on the power, I'm coasting round, and then I brake.
Yeah. This is the big one, like just sending it across diagonally and then slowing it, trying to stay right, tapping and then dipping. That wasn't the best of examples, but and then here.
Yeah,
like,
but I could see where you're aiming for. When you say when you're coming from that left side before the downshift into the downhill.
And here, like, just try to have the butt move around as little as possible, so you don't have to deal with that prior to the braking point.
Yeah.
Just keep the ass settled so you can brake the car in a straight line, then it'll stop much quicker. Oops, that's a little bit...
Right, so you're going second in that, I'm dropping as first.
Yeah, it's in first the rear becomes a little bit unsettled.
Yeah, so I'm second in here, so right, okay, so I'll try second into the last corner then.
Yeah, just in general, just try staying a gear higher than you normally would. Like, that's how I practice. I always start off by challenging everything I think I know in terms of the gears. And also just enter slow and try to figure out, okay, how can I get out of here quickly? And there is like... the only reason I stayed third there was because I was unsure what's going to happen when I accidentally touch the curb like that. But normally it's like I try to get down to second as quickly as possible, or at least in time for where I should be getting onto the throttle, which is at the apex.
Yeah.
But again, like you're driving a new car and I don't know how familiar you are with the Mustang.
I'm quite familiar. I like it.
Okay, so then it's just quote unquote a like new setup while being judged by my harsh eyes and strong words.
Yeah.
It does things to a man. Oh yeah, if you just keep an eye on the speedometer, you see like it just pulls all the way up. Uphill, of course, it slows down a little, but
yeah,
it's like just keep the ass steady, go straight, brake late, get off early, let the gear front grip, and then fully back on and hug the insides. That's what you get in first, right? You get that excessive power delivery to the rear, and the ass just like needs to be controlled.
It pulls it over, and you end up riding the curb on the exit of the corner.
Yep. too wide, but
Oh, no. Oh, nearly ended up on my side there.
sounds fun. Oh, hello, there you are.
Hello. Yeah, can't park there.
Oh fuck! And then I looked up at my my things, and then boop, I steps out.
Yeah, you've only got to look away for a second on this track, and that's it.
Yep. Yeah, like normally I recommend just never sending it and just gradually adding speed, but on this track there's so many things where you need to overcome the fear of sending it in order to be proper quick. So like at the top of the mountain there's within reason just send it a little bit more and more and more as you establish the line.
But when I started on this track, my first ever lap that I set on here, and bear in mind, I thought I was quick.
Yeah.
Was 2:22.
Yeah, I know. I remember.
I thought I was quick.
Yeah, I remember. I think I have the clip somewhere. But the first time I sent it across and did like a sub 10. And like the sounds the sound I made after forced elbow is just like, it's the weirdest sound I've made. It's like, I didn't dare make you do anything but just focus while I was swinging it into the dipper, and I somehow made it through elbow. It was just a nuts experience, and I was even on a flat on a TV like.
Yeah. That was like me. Used to play it on a big screen TV, thinking, yes, this is cool.
Yep. Latency. Whee. Oh, shite balls. I feel you. Sorry for what happened.
All right, I do it myself every time. It's the same every time. When I'm coming in, I know that I'm too far to the left, and I'm trying to correct myself to the right.
Yeah, it's this.
Whilst
Sometimes
braking at the same time.
Yeah, it's like sometimes you just gotta, okay, I done fucked up, go straight, don't bother trying to recover the line, just deal with things, stop the car, and then go slower next time.
Yeah.
That's like the only way not to die on this track.
Yeah, it's one of those ones where it's, fuck it, I'll take the half a second and gain it back in a few laps.
Yep.
Yeah, instead of trying to correct yourself too much and you cause yourself to crash like I did.
Yeah, it's just like, how can I survive, not how do I try to lose less. You already lost a bunch, like it's there's no point in it, like it's a 24-hour race in the end, so like a second here,
if it was a
second
sprint
there.
race you could understand it, but
Yeah. And in general it's just like a good habit to sometimes just like how do I even put it without coming off like a crazy person or whatever. Sometimes you just gotta admit defeat, like you just pushed it too far. Okay, dealing with it and then not repeating it.
Yeah, because obviously with the endurances, there's not just me. There's you know five, six others depending on the size of the team that you're in.
Yeah, because like even if you lose like half a second a lap over 40 laps, that is like 20 seconds versus
a few minutes in the pits.
Yeah. And the minutes it takes to get back to the pit, or worst case if you have to escape out and get back, we are...
Yeah, and you're losing a lap.
Yeah, so it's like fast is relative. Like I when I'm practicing, I'm just going like this, like just farting. I'm not even trying to push the car, because like the more I drive slowly and understand, okay, where is the level of grip when going slow, then I have a reference point as to where I need to be coming in fast, rather than just continuously slide around, wrecking the tires and not really...
Yes. Yeah. Instead of like the sprint races, you push.
Yeah. So I'll just mosey on. Like if you get bored, feel free to overtake. I'll just try to imprint some of that on you.
Yeah.
Through the following laps. This is when we start, like we're on track for a 2:08 with our current T1 exit when I'm chasing you. So it's all lost to the mountain, and that is Mount Panorama.
Yeah.
The only challenge I can see you're facing is basically you don't respect the mountain quite as much as maybe is warranted. And that's fine. I mean, I admire big balls as much as anyone, but I think you have easily 2.02s in you if you just go slower and just like focus more on staying on the inside of the corners rather than pushing the car to the limit all the time. Like here, like you can stay flat here if you hit this line correctly and go very close to the wall, and then seek more to the inside earlier, so the car has time to react to you. And they're just like mosey on over and then flat out and then lift off, center the car, and then just focus on getting close to this one, because then you get a very straight braking line down here, and you can stay right and then cut to another straight line out.
Yeah.
And here same, like just let go of the brake early and let it catch, then trail it, lift off early and just let it do its thing.
Yeah, I found with the Ferrari, doing me braking early and coasting down there.
Yeah, it has so much rotation on when it's coasting, it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
And this car is kind of like a little bit opposite, except it has plenty of rotation in form of grip on the front, but in order to access it, then you need to be slower, much slower than any mid-engine. but you get it back on a downhill straight, and you also back up the guy who's behind you in a mid-engine car because he can't go as quickly out of the corner as you, because then the ass will just step out majestically and they'll lose even more time. And also here, like, just bring the car off the brake early and let it grip in, and then roll out onto the outside. Use all the track.
Yeah.
It's like you get on throttle maybe just like a couple of tenths or two earlier, but during that time you're building a lot of speed that's basically unrecoverable for other cars due to the torque that this thing generates in a straight line. And so here, like,
oh.
Hey! No worries.
I tried to follow you in and ended up taking too much speed.
Yeah, that's literally the point of the exercise here. Predicting the unpredictable and being slow consciously.
Yeah.
And I welcome any punts. I encourage them, to put it this way. The more you punt me now, the less you'll punt other people later.
Yeah.
Not that I'm saying I don't have any faith in your ability to not punt people, but you know, this is the mountain. It is where punts happen. Just get off the brake early and down into second and floor it out, and then you have all this track here you can use. And then more track over here, and then hug the corner, but don't follow it. And then just lean in while hugging way more. But this part in particular, super important, like graze that wall and stay left. And then cut the apex line there, and then the car kind of just grips as you go into the dip. And then here, like, again, just get the braking done, and then focus on getting alongside the wall, and then again lift off so you get to follow the inside wall and kind of just flow through here. And once more, like, brake, lift, turn, and just stay off, and then gently trail to slow it, and then just feel out where is the grip actually at. And now it's non-existent because the tires are cold, under pressured and such, but just the practice of doing that rather than trying to push the car all the time taught me way more and got me out of 6-month rut of not seeing any improvement in pace. Just like, by going slow I became quicker. I carried way too much in and I got punished for it. Had to like wait for the car to grip and then get back on, rather than just floor it from before the apex. Alright, third, second, lift off, and like here, there's nice camber in the road supporting you on the inside. Yeah. Just lifting up and hugging the inside.
So were you fourth or third after you broke and started to come into the downhill section there? Were you fourth or third gear?
Fourth. I would have to check. I'm a little bit unsure. But what I do know is I brake turn the car so it's pointing across the crest towards the wall, so it just like goes in a straight line across the crest and isn't unsettled when it lands in the downhill. And I'm approaching the curb. At that point, I downshift, I brake and I downshift, and then I roll onto the curb. And while I'm on the curb and the rear is settled again, that's when I engage the brake again and downshift two times. And then ultimately I turn in and hug the right side wall prior to the dipper.
Yeah.
So it's like yeet across crest, straight line, brake shift, curb, shift while braking, turn, hug, dipper. Oh, I don't know why I wasn't first there, but that's the thing.
Yeah, you can see the sliding first.
Yep. Shift, lift, shift and throttle. It's like the exit in second there is ridiculously quick compared to third. Third it's just like, while in second it's like, get off!
Yeah.
Go, 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 go. The car feels almost like psychotic.
Sounds more chaotic.
Yeah. Fourth, yeah, so
Yeah,
brake shift, brake shift. So yeah, we're not even in sixth here. So so it's like fourth down, brake, third down. And especially with this car, like the rears go so quick. So like being mindful of not sliding the rear as in general and just focusing on getting those slow entries but quick exits while not spinning up the rears to rotate the car is make or break type things in an endurance scenario. So it's like you'll see the hot lappers, right? They'll be quick for 10 minutes and then they just like drop off the face of the earth.
Because they burn the tyres out there too quickly and they've got to do the rest of the stint with less rubber.
And there's something about like, even if you finish and you see you have like 2.1 on the rears, that they feel like they're just about to fall off the car. So I think the car was maybe not quite finished before they had to release it and give up before moving on to Evo full time.
I do feel that the ACC needs the Aston Evo.
Yeah, it is a bit long in the tooth, but goddamn, the current bop is favoring it. Or at least certain drivers' application of it. On the brake for too hard, too late there, and then I initiated understeer. Car was fine at that speed it was at initially.
Yeah, this, as silly as it sounds, this seems to be a better pace.
But this way, a couple more laps of this, and suddenly you'll be doing a BB with fuel. At least relatively to what you reported in the thread.
Yeah.
It's all about like adapting to a new rhythm rather than just holding on for their life.
Yeah.
you also have the disadvantage of staying in slip now, so you get like a bit more understeer than you would normally as well. Oh dear God, I forgot to shift down for fuck. Stupidly forgot to shift out the second, and then I was like, how do I solve for this? I know braking isn't an option, so let's hold on. Oh dear God. The correct answer would have been to shift down, but my brain was busy talking, so...
Yeah, what the hands and the brain do are two different things these days.
Yeah. It's like, why isn't it McLaren? McLarening? Why? What is this? Like this corner too, like you want to be on the throttle at the like even it is like slightly after, but it's sort of at the apex, like, you know, the Bentley sign that kind of sticks out.
Yeah,
at the apex. You want to kind of have the car slightly turned in already, and then you're on the throttle. I've not yet mastered it in this car by any stretch of the imagination, but that's kind of what I'm working towards when I'm going deadly slow into that corner.
yeah.
Oh dear, that hit earlier was 4 seconds to the door and almost 2 to the news.
That took 6 seconds.
Yeah, it felt like less, but there you go.
Well, it doesn't seem to be affecting the car though.
Yeah, it'll probably slow us down in the right-handers, but added challenge, I guess.
Oh, I touched the grass. I went a little too far over trying to keep it wide and touch the grass, and the back end just slipped.
Yeah. There you go, that's how you do. No fear, just scrape the walls.
There's my grip.
We left it somewhere up there.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a lot better in second in that final corner.
Yeah.
Just feels like there's a lot more control in the car.
Yeah, it is. Like, you don't have to manage the rear at all. It just follows you around like a nice dog. Oh dear God. Welcome to the mountain. Where everything tries to kill you even. Let's see. Yeah, at least the pressures are nice and even now.
I'm going to call it at that for this evening.
No worries, good sir.
So I'm definitely going to current setup. Maybe little changes with tire pressure.
So 5, 8, 5, 2. Yeah, start the same.
Right, well I appreciate the tips.
No worries. And again, if I ever get annoying, just squid.
No, I say you're okay.
The safe word is squid.
Useful tips and tricks.
Yeah. And of course, if you see something from my end, do feel free to say something, you know.
Yeah.
I'm just like a chronic serial commentator in the interest of improving. And
I just seem to keep myself like a sponge at the moment and take it all in.
To put it this way, like I worry about offending people all the time, while I am constantly offending people and claiming I try not to care. But the point is, from what I saw, you do indeed absorb. Like the couple of slow laps seem to have a big impact on one of, in particular, one of the laps. I was out there thinking, but then the following lap, that you went like, oh, you reverted. But that's fine. That's fine. I mean, all in all, I'm happy with what I'm seeing. We just, if we can cure the dying part, then I'm more than happy to race with you. Don't feel any other way.
It's one of those tracks. It either absorbs you or it eats you alive.
Yeah, no,
it's knowing that edge of where you're pushing too much, and I seem to be always one of those people where I'm always on the edge.
Yeah, no, but eventually you'll probably come out of it quicker than me, because you know all the ways you can die, right? But it's like we have 2 weeks and there's so many ways to die on this track. I've been there.
Yeah.
So yeah, just if you can squeeze in a couple of minutes here and there daily, that adds up to more time spent driven than just a couple of sessions across 2 weeks. So you get the benefit of like sleep reconsolidation and all that good shit. So tiny bit here and there, much appreciated.
Yeah, definitely appreciate the tips anyway.
Yeah, no worries.
I will speak to you again.
Indeed we will.
Speak to you soon, bud. Ta-ra.
Oh, that was contacts? Crazy. Ah shit, I have something to drink. I'm fucking melting. Yeah, there's not much to save. I want to try to squeeze in a LMU race before the dog wakes up and wants to walk. Now why you play me like this? Silly goose. And let's try the Ferrari today. Since we are in Italy, in the Church of Speed, let's checking. Oh, wow. Okay, so mirrors are all kinds of fucked up. So. Put that out. It's roughly center, isn't it? Oh. Right about there. And then Let's see.
Log building finished.
Log building finished. Tools, fuel calculators. So 40 minutes race. 2.0. Yes, about 92 liters. 93. What the fuck? This is first race in the car. Can't hurt going a little bit heavy. Alright, when was this from? Not Spa. R. I'll just quickly bob out to see. If we remember correctly. Yep, 6 minutes. Yeah, why not do a little break? Check up on the gang while we wait for the circus to begin. Quiet night on Discord. It's getting kind of late though. I suppose it's not odd. Just a tiny bit.
Logging enabled. Log building finished.
How much fuel? 3.6? 519. Yeah.
Locking enabled.
God damn it. Huh, never gone as fast and still P14. What was the quickest? 34.4, Jesus fuck. Holy balls. Alright. Oh, ways to go still. Holy shit. Oh. I'll take 93 liters. I'll take 94. I don't care. Alright. Ooh.
Locking enabled.
Well, looking in the bowl. Jesus, we're close. Oh, goddamn. Jesus fucking Christ, man. Oh my god. Damaged nose. Cold tires. Please don't touch my butt, Mr. Lambo. Oh my god, I have no grip on the front. Fucking hell. sure this guy behind me is gonna kill me at some point. That is, if I don't kill myself first, could perhaps also happen. Oh my god, fuck. I think I'm shifting too late. Looks like I'm losing a bit of power here and there. dear gods. That was a little bit premature. What the fuck? Dude. Oh wow. Oh. Laughing so hard I forgot to fucking brake. Oh. Oh my god, I forgot to brake again, what the heck? Ah! I think I'm getting a little bit tired. Oh my god, dude, what the fuck? This guy is a fucking terrorist. Jesus. Like a lap behind and driving like life depends on it. God damn it, I need to shift earlier. There is no engine rev limiter sound. Ah, what the balls. God damn. Seriously? Okay, so if I see orange, lift off. God damn. It's crazy how big of an impact that little tap on the front had. Fucking slow as balls. Oh my god, why am I targeting the 100 sign all of a sudden? I don't have that skill. Stop it, me. Or something else might be factoring in here. I seem to be struggling with braking in general now. Oh yeah, the fronts are fucking toasty. Barely making it at the 125 marker as well. 130. and low. Well, it was my fault. Wow. shit. Thank you for no murder. Many appreciates. Let's get it. Come on, Fefe. We can gain on number 9, can't we? Been hard stuck 4 seconds behind him. Oh shit. Oh well, I'm done. With the damaged moose. Oh, looky there. Hello. Whew, Christ.
Log building finished.
Not that far off. Okay, let's see. Shit. Got to check how much fuel I had left. I can see that on the VOD. Let's see. Let's see. How many fuels? Is this last lap? Oh, YouTube, don't be slow. Oh my god, how do I miss? There we go. I had 3 energy, that's fine, and fuel. Eight. Okay, so I can take out at least 3 liters and still be safe. Yeah, we'll trust that. I'm slow. Let's not trust it. No. Oh. Oh yeah. No, I didn't. I hadn't made any changes anyways. It doesn't matter. That is not Monza. Monza, Monza, Monza. There we go. Ah. Guess I have to type it then. GH24 499p Monza. Alright. 28. 42. Cause my god, the brakes were hot as shit. And I want to open my ducts. Let's see. Let us find a corner, hard braking. There we go. Yeah, fronts and rears glowing. So, where is that? And also, this fucking thing is in the way. Wheels and brakes, maybe. Yes, there we go. No way the rears are open. There it is. We're gonna do that. And then... Oh, I'm such a noob. It is painful. On a sign. No. Jesus. Huh? Oh. There. And then delete. Exit. Do I have one more in me? Ah, this is so fun though. Let's see, online. If it's a EU grid, I might do one more. One more, just one more. Check out how many is in here. That's not a lot of people. Could be people coming out of other races and jumps on. You'd never know. Let's keep an eye on it. Oh. Spa prototype? In, Ooh. Spicy. Maybe we can throw some ELO out of the window. Sebring. LMP2. I think Spa sounds more fun. Looks like people migrated. Oh, fuck it. Let's partake in the chaos. One spa, 20 minutes for the funs. Funsies even. But Then I drive the Fezza with the fixed setup. Oh, LMP2. Wait, what? Oh, it's only prototype fixed. Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. That sounds crazy enough to be fun. Let's go with Ferrari colored thing. That is not it. Is it that one? Oh no, this is the Suedo team colors. Yes. Let's see. I'm gonna go wash my face though. Holy fuck, I'm sweating balls. Brr.
Look, I've got an idea.
Okie dokie. Nice and clean lenses, hydrated, confused dog. Don't get much better than this. Getting out of the chair is like, dog wakes up, dog be like, walkies? Like, sorry dog. Soon. It's like, protest stretch. Yawn and such. So where the heck did my pass-through go? There it is. Wake up controller thing. Show me the deets. Okie doke. LMP2 on Spa. Amidst the asylum. It's gonna be great. Didn't we have a bunch of notes about this? LMU, fuel and stuff. Fuji Spa. Have I driven? Okay. Right, let's see. It is 20 minutes, yep. And nothing fancy. So let's just do 25 liters. Is it open or is it fixed? It's fixed. Huh? Really? Seems slow. Let's gamble.
Locking enabled.
Wait, 6, that's 3. I have no idea. 15 liters, 5 liters left. Let's be safe about it.
Locking enabled.
Oh dear God. Hello, Reka. Been a while. Also, why the fuck am I so tall? Oh shit. Let's just go with 0. Okay. Okay, maybe bit less brake force ain't a bad idea after all, we'll see. Already flat spotted. Excellent. Jesus Christ. This thing drives like a fucking Fiat Uno compared to the Hypers. rough.
Locking enabled.
Rough. So 3.4.
Log moving finished.
Oh, my right eye has been such a goddamn dick. Why do you do this? Stop. And gunking up for no goddamn reason. Let's see. Yeah. Maybe. We do 92. And 4. Let's see. Tools, view calculator. 20 minutes. I think 4 is doable. Wait. Oh shit. 50 liters start. God damn it. I didn't realize the timer was so short. Probably well overviewed. Oh dear gods, please don't tap me from behind. Thank you. Four liters. Yeah, I've got way too much fuel. Hey, who needs fuel anyway? Impressive, gang. How the balls does this happen in bronze? Or whatever. I'm leaving all the space. Are you gonna do a murder soon? I wanna pass. Send it if you can sustain it, my friend. I barely remember how to drive this car. Oh my gods. Oh my gods. They killed each other, yep. Okay. I'm safe to focus on remembering how to do this. And I forgot to start Brian. Oh god. back here, you rascals. Oh dear. Don't even have to do anything. Don't even have to do anything even. Oh shit. Oh shit, wow! Okay. JDM, no problem. No, oh, no, fuck. Ah, that is such death. Oh, that is giga death. Ah. Maybe I'm lucky and can finish. No. God damn it, what the fuck? Is my car okay? What the heck? Only its front. What? Must be reduced damage or something. Okay. Huh. IDDQD. Oh fuck, okay, yeah, oh lord, oh lord, oh lordy. Car seems fine. Maybe move the bias to the front a whole lot. God damn. What is all? Oh, of course, no. The rear right is rising. Jesus, 110. That is hot. I'm not the only one getting caught out by this, it seems. Oh, 37C track. Come back here, Mr. Jackson. I need that elo. Okay, don't press it too hard. Oh dear God. I'm afraid of the car now. (106) on the rear left. 107. Will it keep rising? 108. What the fuck? 109. In a straight line. Okie dokie. Wow. Compressor noises. Oh god. Oh lordy. Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Calling Mr. Gonzalez. Seconds out, Jesus. Mr. Gonzalez is quick. Oof.
Log building
Oof,
finished.
oof, oof. Oh, that crash though, Jesus. I wonder what the heck happened. I remember vaguely that I looked sort of away, maybe a little bit. Alright. Nothing that can be done. Oh, and then it just drops out. Okay. Oh, rip. I'm getting close to losing my beautiful badge. God damn it. Maybe I should call it my right eye is bitching at me. Anyway, let's see. 2:07, so I'm 2 seconds out. Michael Jackson. And the grid was tiny. And it was quick. But I am curious, how did I lose the rear? And how the fuck did we survive the first bit of the race? Usually it's just death everywhere, but mostly okay. This is me, by the way. Oh, there. Oh my. Let's see how. Oh my god. So it was a little bit circus. What happened up here? Oh no. Let's be downed. Oh my god, Driver unknown. He died there. I feel like these buttons are reversed compared to what I want them to be, at least. Okay, so if we pause here and then we find this guy. Really? There we go. Did you just lose it? Yep. This guy probably got giga murdered. Nope, two guys lost it. And then... oof. These two guys. Oh my fucking god, why? Did I do that? Nope. I barely made the corner. So, where was the big boot? Oh, it's not here. There we go. Did I just touch grass? Yep. Or sand, I guess. I just remember coming to and oh, my ass. It's not pointing. Or my front even. It's not pointing where I expect it to. And I'm confused shapes. And not much else happened. Okay, well, I am done. I need to go rest my right eyeball. It is not pleased. It is fogging up. Expect maybe also I should order in a new set of lenses for this thing. My right eyeball is not presented as clear an image as my left. I don't think it's the eyeball itself. But anyway, good night. Where's that goddamn button? There it is. Hidden. Yep. Good night, Pooh.